Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Whew. I made it. 7 minutes to go.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Neoslane, thank you for the 20-month resub, and Lord Vissel, thank you for the prime. Balor, that's me.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
You will wait until you have permission to finish. You better hold that. Pre-roll ads today. Well, I've only got 6 minutes, but I'll try. What do you mean they fixed it? Can you do like 15 minutes now? I mean, I can get up to like, I mean, I was just at my ad breaks are 30 minutes apart, 25 minutes apart or something to begin with. That's all I care about is building my rocket fuel plant. This is your fault. Look, you gotta get that finished.
Get your magic find characters ready.
PoE1 launch so that it's out of your system. So I encourage the rocket fuel production.
Get your magic find characters ready.
You.
Ooh, already done Z. Thank you for the prime. Dextron also. Thank you for the prime. No drops on YouTube? That's correct. No drops on YouTube. I think 2 more lives you've ruined? I don't know if I ruined DM. I don't know if he's doing that. I don't know if he saw me playing it. But I did see. The walls are gone from breach. I hope they at least let me get rid of the walls. Yo, we're starting a hype train too. Nice scam train. Okay, let's change our layouts to one that doesn't have alerts. Show screen only, like that. Again, there's lesson. What the fuck going? And a clip popped up. What the fuck going on? You have a mirror worth of gear in a level 20 spark. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. You were real proud of this thing, and it was just a level 20. I don't even remember if it was corrupted or not. I don't even know if you tried. Just a normal level 20 down. Theater mode 2, please. I mean, I was just gonna go full screen when it was ready, right? Like once it starts. I mean, solve the non-poison holy relic is not really like it is solved. I've done it before. It's just less damage, except in Merc League. If I was to like just get something for free from my Christmas list, I would take a non-helmet way to get +1 holy relic. It's true. It was still good. It was just like, yo, there's a ton of power you're just missing for free. Or at least for relatively free. Juke. I give it a 5-month resub. We have alerts off because I didn't want sounds on the thingies. Holy Relic nerf. The only thing that I hope for, if they nerf Holy Relic, which I don't think they ever will, but if they nerf Holy Relic, I hope they gut it into the ground so much that I can't save it. Don't make me play a worse version. Right? If you have to nerf it, which I don't think you do, but if you have to nerf it, at least make it so bad I can't even wear it. Gut lancing steel, job done. Yep, kinda. Well, no, you can get away with wanding versions, but it just means you have to shield charge. You can't whirling blades anymore. It's awkward. What if it's only enough to Slumlord? Don't care. It's fine.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
Yes, please.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish. An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
Sorry, what? Alright, I'm erect. Let's go. What? Sorry?
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat.
Oh my
After
god.
the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Aphrodite, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Aphrodite have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Aphrodite's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Virashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Virashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this league mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Wow, get to it
Virashta can
now.
augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter,
Yes.
giving you the
That's
option to
structure
choose
level.
one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
Yes,
Or
please.
wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. and wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the Wish for Souls or the Wish for Godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
Okay, so you have to give up your +1 for
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish
That's one of the rewards, but
Okay.
let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
for you.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast.
Hey, don't do that.
Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open.
Okay.
Blights can be defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time. And everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These
the
catalyze jewelry
suffixes.
with increased effect of either
What?
prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust.
Yeah, okay.
Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
Oh, shit.
As a quick note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn, so your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques.
Okay.
The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Mariketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Mariketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies.
That's
However,
actually interesting.
Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Mariketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarud to be transformed into its Mariketh counterpart, its
Wait.
glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Mariketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you,
Unaffected by
which proliferates to
ignite as
nearby
well.
enemies in a massive area.
Yo, wait.
If you meddle with the affairs of the Ufarud for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
Oh.
So that's the
Interesting.
Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth.
Okay.
Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
Yo, that looks fucking great.
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so
Okay.
clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments
Wait.
will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage.
Okay.
Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after
Gross.
blocking a hit
Skip
with your
this one.
shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels,
Yo.
and the Guardian Ascendancy class. We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
Excuse me?
Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem,
Holy Relic?
and Dominating Blow.
It's called Holy Relic.
We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Requarian Ascendancy class.
Okay.
For those that have played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Requarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items.
Yes, ma'am.
All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits.
Okay.
Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons.
You piece of
Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes.
It's not that
Due
huge.
to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Requarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Requarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change.
Oh, shit.
If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like that.
Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving
like
players
that.
new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks.
no more
Extensive
ghosts?
changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story, how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
Okay.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps.
Yep.
The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However,
I did love
one of
that.
the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example,
What does
instead
that
of
mean?
having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
I fucking hate that.
That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
Well, my entire map selling
This is one of the
strategy's
many
gone.
benefits to this change,
I
which is that
guess.
if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin
What's
at the
up
center
there?
of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In
Oh.
addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you
Like
don't
Untainted
need to complete
Paradise?
Hall of Grandmasters every league.
It's just right there.
You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before.
Ooh.
Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
Huh.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Okay.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
Okay, but what if I
Finally,
don't want to run different
at
maps?
the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking.
Okay.
Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward.
Interesting.
One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Take that one, thanks.
This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system, while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that.
Thank you.
With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
Sweet.
When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
Okay.
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 328. Let's blast through them.
You know, I'd be okay
Over
with
the
tier
last few
17 being
expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
Oh. I hope drowning
Memory
orbs are on that
tears,
list.
instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure.
Oh my god, that's so much better too.
We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks.
Oh.
And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map.
I can't wait to get two of
Empowered
them in
by
my ritual.
every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map.
I mean...
On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives,
Oh, look at this tree.
such as Pillage and Plunder,
Yeah, no one
which
cares.
now
What's going on
grants a
here?
chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the
Oh,
new
actually, I do
The
care.
Paths
I
Not
lied.
Taken
That's
keystone,
great.
which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops.
Oh.
I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for
Okay.
favored resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new, powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports.
Yes.
So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover.
I'm ready to get into anything.
After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out.
Okay.
Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges.
What?
For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frostmage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage.
Oh, that'll do.
But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller.
I mean, that'll do.
To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats.
Okay.
Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress. while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from Hive monsters in all subsequent waves.
Yes, please.
Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports. Such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of Breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping Breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses and their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame.
If there's a holy
However,
tag and
an
holy relic
important
doesn't
part
get it,
of
I'll
Path
be
of
mad.
Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
Called holy relic.
You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade.
We saw that.
Favorite
It's great.
trades
Love
will
it.
appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed
this one
in
too, which
to
looks
become the
great.
resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable,
Okay,
with
we've seen all
full
of
item
these so
descriptions
far.
of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized.
That's all the ones we've seen. That's it.
The ritual icon will now glow
wait.
if you've got
We
significant
saw this
unspent
too.
tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies
Wait, no, we've
and
seen
find
this
it
as well.
extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience,
Okay, we might
and
have seen all of
3.28
them.
is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Okay, we had seen every
Today,
single one.
we're
Okay.
launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Show me that portal again, because that looks.
The Curator
oh,
of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
Yo!
The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item or link it in chat to show it off.
I wish I could
The
track that without
acquired
wearing
Wisdom
that back
unique
attachment.
finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed
that's
from
actually
folded
really cool.
magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme
Yeah,
catalogue
well
of knowledge
done,
can't
people.
remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by
Well
thieves.
done.
The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal Titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders,
I've had an erection for the
constantly
last 20
moving
minutes.
through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yo, I love
The
that.
Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead.
Is anybody
At
interested
least
in
until it
pictures
wears
of my
off.
feet? I need some more money.
What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
There's so many new things there that I'm getting myself real tempted to start something that isn't a holy relic. They didn't even nerf it.
G'day Exiles, welcome back. ZD here, joined by game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian to do our Q&A post live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. We'll see. where things take us, especially with us discussing things like ground loot, Endgame, Breach, King's March, balance.
Guys?
There's a lot to cover here.
I locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So
You fixed it.
we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE1 and PoE2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. You know, there's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, you know, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. You know, it's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. Like, and there's been some growing pains. We had our whole like team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
Might
with
be
We
two
need a longer
people, but,
couch.
you know, we'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, you know, stepping up and seizing control and having that like X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and you know, pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, you know, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, yeah, with Octavian's, you know, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are, and it's this real awesome story where now, you know, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you know, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, you know, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, you know, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, you know, with Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, like, I mean, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and yeah, it's just it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me, you know. I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win. And yeah, first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, like for sure. Like for if you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, like I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, you know. And good. It's good. And obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and yeah, you know, I'm sure hopefully you are too.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff from what I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that like same journey as well. Like, and Andrew too as well, right? Like, it's players become QA, become game. Like designers become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like,
yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, I still, you know, play every expansion for, you know, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. You know, I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. Yeah, it's
Yep, that's fair.
It hasn't faded, you know. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, No, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything.
Where's
and
the
nothing's
loot?
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like, I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map. And so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But
that's true.
Yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right?
Okay,
so we'll make it better. So to start with,
4 years? 4 years.
What we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally.
Yeah, just like inflation and whatnot.
No, that's actually good though.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on, like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment, memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the endgame around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also we're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh, yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing?
It has yes, so it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, some people might want like a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then, look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, you know, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah,
Okay, but what about Harbinger farming?
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Like, okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter. We're doubling the more important currency. We're not like, you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. You know, obviously by Endgame, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, yeah, look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them.
I'm confident I can
These
fix
are just
this
how
in
these things
15
go.
minutes.
It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation. And, you know, the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem, you know? Don't freaking... And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, you know, less appreciated because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, yeah, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to...
I love the King's March
I mean, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. You know, and so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that like, oh, you know, there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, you know, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That's now going, that weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into ideally now mid and higher tier currency.
Which means if you want to send out good shipments to get currency, you actually have to do King's March in your map now, instead of just having
some of the numbers
passive.
on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1,600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map-to-map basis? When like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
The base currency was probably only 10% of the currency we dropped.
Double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know. Like
like economic changes.
It's definitely. I agree. It is definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically.
It's good.
It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map. And there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. You know, there's things about how can we we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that once multiplied by every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, for the Alcan Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Sure.
Got to have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. Or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like...
We do,
make those
100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder, some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. Like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
Like, this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters keyword.
What we do
natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. It's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, so again, little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden It's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example.
100%, yes.
If that was in now, Mirage would work really well. It'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-like loot-tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and so we'll just keep doing it. But
you guys
it's exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations at this point because now is the time when we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
And so right now is the thing where we're putting effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. But wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah. Those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into mass, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like because that was another, and there's so many axes here. But we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments. Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy. And that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least, we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. At least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control.
It was a little too much, sure.
That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to
05 is the next
It's important that there's a variety of them too. That's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game, is getting players to care about the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
But we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want the thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with this.
Just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and that's
one of my favorite, like
after 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player, chasing those weird niches to try and find some strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Great, yeah.
We
So-
will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each.
it.
Who
I
knows?
dare you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is
You
only
won't
so
go
rewarding that you just kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
Just make everything good. Yep.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different leagues.
But a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something there, it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
So
really,
obviously
it's not really though,
optional,
is it?
right?
No.
The swap is sort of
It worked.
Yeah.
But I don't have a notification, but
when
look
you
at that.
could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional,
Because
yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing.
Thank you.
So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah, that was a quote that I
Probably
picked up from somewhere that
yes.
I found particularly entertaining. Where it's like
85%
someone's like, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so
questionable.
I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them. I'm like,
pretty good-
that's
that's a pretty good rate.
just tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately.
Fair.
How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
it's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
resources.
Yeah,
You can re-roll them,
that has much more of an impact than it once did
Yeah.
on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that
So like
is the
even
case
even
now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it
devalues that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1.
Have the solution. You have the solution.
Yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say
The
like
stuff
yes,
that Uber bosses drop should only come from keys that happen when you kill Uber bosses.
Give those things or something. Like
They
I guess
shouldn't
would
be
need a
wild
bunch of
drop
different
keys.
or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well,
No,
Valdo
you're
maps
not.
do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
You're not tripping.
I need to look
You
into
have
this again
the
because
system
I
now already.
was under
You
the
just didn't-
impression that we
just didn't
intended for that to
convert
not be the
100% of those
case.
things
Like
to
I
it.
thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but then
I'm
it
like,
was like-
didn't we
You're
solve this like
absolutely
3
right.
years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
Yeah, like,
I'm
You're
gonna-
I was surprised
absolutely
my
right.
question was sent to me,
Most
because
of it
like,
is
I
done.
thought you guys
Just
had
some of
covered
it is still on the other keys.
I'm gonna
That's
go
all.
look at that after this because
That's
I am
all.
convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys, and those gave the boss uniques, and the base one doesn't
yes.
because we didn't.
And it worked for like
we didn't
80%
want
of
them to give the boss uniques,
You're
and thus
correct. It just
I don't know.
wasn't
The
quite
question was sent to
finished.
me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. And so
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped
Some-
up and
some of them
something
slipped
went
through
wrong
the
there.
cracks
I'm gonna
is
go have a
all.
look at it after this.
Yeah.
Because again, whatever. I'm pretty. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be
like,
good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
the final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The memory.
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through, and the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better. But
Fair.
and I understand that that's like they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know,
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible, like just for rares to kind of be like, I guess, rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
Define adjusted.
Yeah,
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like
nerfed, right?
Effectively, every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah,
and how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious
so
to see
again,
what that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad. Yeah. But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more, more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy.
Yeah.
Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to see now. Why aren't we
if you
talking
made
about
like a tier 0 roll of every stat in the game, but had it not be able to roll anywhere, but it just naturally be dropped on gear, and that was it.
Starting to want me to change topics.
You could never roll it or chaos into it already.
I hit the line that I was pushing for.
I just wonder how that would go.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
Like, I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that. I'm excited about that.
And like
it's cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content.
Yes.
And I was like,
great.
well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need, a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason, so... That is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on, and I actually think it's...
Yes.
I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign... it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that you know they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link, and then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So
Act 1
when
and 2
they're not nearly
orbs
as
and a
relevant.
5 link
Yeah, it's
somewhere towards the
normally
end.
I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
Check the
normally
mechanics,
skips them.
check the wish, do it or move on.
Yeah.
Also,
like the wishes sometimes are unique, and
a detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpha-Rood, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like, there's just extra monsters.
Oh, yeah, you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones, and then I'm like, oh, well, Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space, which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers
a great
lot of work
idea.
into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
Yep.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
it's
Another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual
That's cool too.
terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of a sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
me feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it.
suspicious.
So
like
weird.
there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Poet in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well.
No, it's
a higher level of polish
minions.
a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on PoE1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got they're just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like.
Awesome.
And
right. Well, we'll look after this.
As opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when you, especially with passion projects, because. You always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into PoE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool Endgame thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which Endgame thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask like, because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Showcase, which I always forgot about.
The gem coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet. Pretty wild.
At odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit.
Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes, you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know, LE
you
damage
could
of the attacks is also red and can go in Wild Strike. So, or sorry, is LE damage of the attacks the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes.
I think
But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Yeah, excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it Endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's at all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got.
Although the ones we saw were only
obviously a
level 1
boss,
support,
which is awesome as
I don't
well.
know if that's all they can be, but.
It's got the thing where, how cool, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up?
It's a tiny. I don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously,
yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did it. Like, yeah.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Like
Something
a
I've
level
seen
1
in
meat
chat,
shield
just kind
would
of
be
like butting
great
here
on
in
Holy
between
Relic.
topics is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation.
So far, yes.
Kind of is, yeah. I mean, we're getting
like
more
an
and more
hour
of these, I
and
feel
20
like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of
we will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff, because that's people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous infinite. One day it will be here. But I still like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So, but just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for PoE1, we'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
all right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the requarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay,
and-
yes, that
talking
committing
in-
to that is extra work, but Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like
but
we have
I
all of
was
these
talking-
uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list, it's procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
It's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy.
Fine.
I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time because it
actually love
means
that
we
too.
can, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to
love
clarify
that.
for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
No, this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something, probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning
Yes.
for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to go
you
about
get you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next
well,
league
next
gets
league.
saved, but a lot, you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, might be better for
Yeah,
casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a bots.
Yeah, for the theory crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And
I
we
need to
often
see
do
it.
these things where we're like, okay, this is going to
need to see
require
it.
work every league. Let's just double check. We're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like I'm not just like,
Item
oh
rarity
yeah,
support.
one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot
Yeah.
more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader
Yeah.
view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style, and that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested but also wants to play a powerful build and wants to have a well-supported build to commit to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like it's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah. That's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing? Do you think then that kind of like you've done it a couple times in the past, but it's not ever been a super consistent trend doing this like archetype flavor.
It's certainly easier and has its
tier three
has its
some.
merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being
Well,
inconsistent.
it's just
It's good.
like for 329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can, instead of just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them. Especially things like early game as well. At some point, rolling magma becomes a little bit boring. or has its woes. Yeah, we know the deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at there's actually been quite a high demand for people going like, can you just change up the early game, like what we're playing with, please, no more rolling magma, kind of has been a lot of, you know, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, you know, reworking some of the other skills, you know,
sure.
but that was something on our current, you know, list of things, so we'll see how that goes. But and that, you know, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. Like, so there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever. I also have like a personal goal that every, you know, reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully two. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, so I was going to ask about that. Like, do you feel like transfigureds are kind of like hitting the mark? They're like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because I think we did that with one of the wand skills in the last league that get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, you know, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill, so they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like, yeah, well, you know, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so
and,
it's the perfect place for it, right?
Yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, you know, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea. Sometimes, but, you know, generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area. I just want to mention or bring up. Is this something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, you know, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, you know, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, you know, and this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE 1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment.
I agree.
Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but, you know, again, maybe some of this, well, I was just trying to think of the new, like, Frost Mage, but technically it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, you know, cold scale.
It'll be like Archangel all over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like, it's kind of like hand casting and spells kind of come together, so you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, that'll be a package deal at some point. You know,
but yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like
It's just a weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I miss some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed or maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these
Say the word
party
holy
adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes.
Say the word holy relic.
Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I might have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see.
I've got some
And-
forest numbers.
I honestly
and then you have to
don't
deal with
know.
it and
Holy
change
relic.
next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
Can't chat nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian, and
only a little bad.
every
You're not
one of those build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
has an expiration date built in.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments. And
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble.
That's funny.
I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you
Just
want the
Harbingers
good
being
news or
mentioned.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad news.
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What?
Oh.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone for now.
Excuse me. Elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like look, the issue. Just
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not.
they're
a fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now. It's kind of it has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here, and it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous Trial of the Ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which. And that's what I'm saying, bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means
There's a lot of justification.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, Ancient and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool, core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah,
Alright.
so keeping as much as we can.
Cool,
But yeah, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon Orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a
don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an
Sure.
individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will re-roll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So you
nice.
still have that capability.
Brilliant. Good old
Alright,
Blessed
cool.
Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, my baby.
So I
No, I'm cool with that.
yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an
No, this
overall.
is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the
but the loss aversion.
Your effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're they're
Yeah, they
weird
don't
little
explode.
creatures.
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
Weird little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well, and also a more grounded in gothic. Again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal,
Is it more Harbinger?
big portal thing, and
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes, look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little
it's a
bit.
very
yeah,
old
I
from an
know.
earlier
There was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. Look, the patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you
Again, we have to
Just rip the
be
Band-Aid on that one.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splinters stack better? It's like, let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around. Bam.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's
But,
been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls
Sure.
just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are
Can I
now
have a
many
word
tools
with
if you
both
don't
of
want
them?
to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad. So
intrusive is the word I would use. Like
Yes.
we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and
People in
unpleasant.
the room with you right now.
So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged, rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like
Yeah,
making
you
the
were-
radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like
Talking
that.
to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
and like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like, there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like, obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the
we-
continued problem
we will
solving, I guess.
definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is 100%
That's the main
case.
thing
Yeah.
ultimately, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, like the keepers thing, it's like, okay, the walls, if there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as much as we can test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual
Great.
straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not,
Patch
we're
notes
like,
on
we're
now.
gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now smaller, the walls are smaller
no
as
more
well.
connected map nodes in the
And again, you can turn them off.
Ooh.
You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an atlas tree. You can have many of them,
what
and
are
you can
those
have
gonna
multiple
be?
active at once,
I was going to ask about
like
that, 'cause
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's
yeah.
possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep, you can just run around,
good fun.
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there
Yeah,
a
well,
bunch of them?
the whole goal was to keep that, right? We
Right, yeah.
it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
Yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like, people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that, as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters.
Lovely.
You know, that's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiula gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Swords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like,
maybe
how does
have
that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being,
I can
like,
answer that. No.
there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future. And you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like,
The old domains.
these
and
are
Breach Swords.
literal old player characters wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
They're
it
not
just
to your
is-
current standards,
yeah,
are
it's
they?
not what we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got.
You know?
Get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
Not recolored
Yeah.
floaty guys.
not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know,
Yes.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Oh, yeah.
or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
wow.
That too.
Oh man. Or
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
Unix.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn Uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep. The new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome.
Yep.
Great. Well, that's happening right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that you know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think
Right.
it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare
The
weapons. that-
for
Just
the rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for league mechanics.
Again, like, that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right?
Yep.
You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
I was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
Delve
from
one.
Delve.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
shit.
we're kind of
Wait.
trying to make sure we're actually confining what
That might
makes a
make
league
Delve worth
special to
running,
what
like,
makes a league
profitable.
special, and
Right,
not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know,
Yo, I
no
can
weapons
tell.
for rare weapons at least is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a
Shit saying
major
Steve just
power
got an
nerf to
erection.
the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
6-link
I saw the
rate
6-linking
is
thing was
down.
dropped down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now? or
Yeah, I
something?
think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah,
It was printing
there's a
out.
balance pass as well, of course. Yes,
Yeah.
because again, it's part of that. Like, how can item drops be good if this is just doing that? You know, so they're at odds with one another. But also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything. You know, as good as it was doing. So.
I suspect it's
Yeah,
still
honestly, it's
pretty
fine
good
while it
from my
was
kind
the
of like
league.
cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew
believe
did all
so.
of the specific adjustments
okay.
for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top
Yeah,
of my head.
I'm sure it's
This is why we need a bigger
yeah.
couch.
Ah,
we need
yeah.
Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem
True story.
was the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we
it's
don't
during
know
the
about.
Q&A.
You know,
I mean,
someone in
he's-
QA might have found something that he
Yeah.
needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live
Mm.
stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes. So, you know, we can only be so certain about, you know, without everyone here who's people to talk about it, but like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything. But
If I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
yeah.
the
Well,
idea.
you're very good at coming and getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. But they were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty and reward scaling where like you couldn't quite scale them up all that much ultimately. I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole...
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to, you know, the Keeper's mechanic.
Sure.
And
cool,
those
right?
will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button
Like
every
for
time,
15?
I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
that's good.
think it is all most like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes. But not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew could be doing something right now. So we'll see. But it should, you know, when these things go core, and now you have an Atlas Tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system, is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to
chisels
have
is a weird thing.
5 different
to
ways of
hear.
playing every league, you know, and that's
That's
awesome.
going to be odd.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is another decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or
I love it.
Scarabs
too,
for
actually.
Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do. It's like, it's
I'll
like-
have stuff in my
We've
back
had
pocket.
chisels
Yeah.
forever.
half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro, because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core Endgame. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcase, is like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh, yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait, but then you get to explain like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3. You know, for example, you don't need favored maps anymore. A lot of what was special about Kirax missions, or good about Kirax missions, was helping you complete the Atlas. That's now redundant.
You get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs.
Yep.
You got rid of chisels at the same time as well.
Gone.
Just base chisels. Just base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
Wait, that's actually great.
Bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas.
Sorry, what?
By the time you fully
Yes.
complete your Atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know. You gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of course, you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so there's lots of like,
Like 7 or 8 more.
It's so nice to be able to get rid of there's this thing where you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's getting way more simple, and it's just the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being able to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So.
And then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run. I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so.
No, I'm going to run the same map 7 times.
I don't know. I was going to then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that, because I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob, but not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive in its digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no ooh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it.
Especially because you can just take your map and just pot it. If you just do them, right? You don't have to be I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
Which is amazing.
You just have the map item.
That was really
go wherever you want.
With those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you you have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. You use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so you don't want to do different maps in the blob, you could still do the blob, it'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each, right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but you get a little bit less juice if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have this sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be very
Or you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times, and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do 2 or 3 Blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah.
Sort
And
of span the
non-annoying.
vaults.
This would be annoying if you had to trace down the specific maps and micromanage it, and it was moving around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. You don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end, then you go again.
Term sort of
this is a really good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
That is, it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his Blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked
be.
at you and saw it in the corner of my eye, Blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be a Blight.
Truth to every
there might be a
I'm pulling
Blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a Blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I had a question for later. I was just Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
Yes, but it's just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
you just get too many things, and guess what? Nothing can handle that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, oh no, they're going to remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And but yeah, like look, if
I mean, you had a Blight Ravage map, so you obviously don't. You're okay with a certain amount of that.
there's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, you know, less objects, but objects are more valuable, you know, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, you know, maybe, but you know, the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness, and the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf. It's like not a you know, often there's like it's an engine thing, or like there's a, you know, back-end performance thing you can do. And maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, and but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like, you know, programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those, as you were like, you know, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible, Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like Tier 17s have been pretty much, they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works then?
Well, one of the goals with we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly. So yeah, sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps. And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what are results? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. You know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for...
And they're more deterministic in that regard as well. Each of the individual Nightmare maps is associated with particular Uber boss fragments.
Right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be... It's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the Nightmare key is... it's a lot of keywords. It's like a keyword, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so, you know.
They were a bit of a chaos sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of?
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, you know, with no Karak crafts, you know, it's chaos sink. So, but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like I have a decently high level of certainty unless I'm missing something here that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, diverse your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies, feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
The trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. Oh. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
For sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident. Generally, and if it isn't,
the point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely,
yeah, for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the alters at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day. Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the thing of the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So when running those, you can get them on as alter enhancements, and so the alters are kind of better. But
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things. Those are itemized now. And you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh, no.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can farm a specific one, you can,
and it's
just better.
That means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like a weird thing, I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device, guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just
it's
a thing.
It's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve, that's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one then, we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's the idea was if that with ruthless, really what a lot of what ruthless is it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
That was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those two, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer,
then
right?
Ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yep.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However,
But
well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There's a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause. But there was a specific options thing where, it was honestly weird when you had a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like, having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you. It's on our current queue.
cool.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it, is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does requarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's for you guys to figure out. The balance.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our
That's
responsibility.
their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered
I'd
yet.
have to look into that.
I'm not
be
against
now.
it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types? Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, like, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that life force, and you, like, misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes,
I love this.
oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool, like, animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today.
That was the setup
But
question.
without
He'd do
being
that
able to
when he
have
said
a
no.
good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them, since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. You know, there are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure. You know,
Yeah.
I'll bring. You know, you come upstairs and bring it up,
Okay.
and then we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
And then you can be the hero
I'll do it.
or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But you know, we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
let's see
trying
where
to
we go.
get a like a bare little tiny, just little foot in the door here. Maybe just like plant the seed. Maybe. just
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
No, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and
will.
we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm
doing.
going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because
I
I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to
whatever
ruin
that,
your
so-
hopes, but yeah, I'd say low.
never know.
But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
Going to do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing
do
it
it
again.
again. This is
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we'll get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch.
You know.
Be back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just
need
keep
to go
doing
to
that
the
every
bathroom
time until
afterwards.
half the company is here.
Yeah.
It really, yes. All right.
Might get
Thank you very much,
yeah.
folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
So are we saying we still have 25 minutes for patch notes? Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay, so this is the launch page, which I haven't got to look at yet. Okay. Any little spoilers in here? Just show me what that stuff looks like. Just show me what that stuff looks like. I have no idea what skill this is, but it might be a new one. It might just not be. I don't know. Don't know what that is there either. Mish, medication stacked decks, Solina, or 50% more currency found. Sure. The icon is the teleport. Oh, it's the teleport back button. This thing. Cool. Discover Templar and Holy Relic thoughts. They never mentioned Holy Relic at all, and in the past, Templar has been incredibly bad for Holy Relic because it limits your other minions and such. I don't know. We need all the patch notes first. I need to see what the new ascendancy looks like. I need the rest of the patch notes and tree, like all that stuff. Huh? 2% chance to deal double damage for each type of ailment inflicted on them. Gloves. 5% increased attack and cast speed for each nearby enemy up to 30%. Boots. 5% increased movement speed for each enemy up to 50%. Whoa! Body armor is global defense if there are no other defense modifiers on other equipped items. Okay. Helmet plus 6 to level of socketed gems if there is a single socketed gem in this item. Okay, so not even any supports. Just +6 levels, but it's got to be a single link. That's already a helmet. And we already have a helmet that does that, but it adds like 50 quality or something as well. One support currency would work. Ah, true. True. You could have a support. Okay. Quiver. Projectiles can change from any number of additional targets in close range. That's interesting. Unsupported by Unleash has +1 shockwaves. Have +1 cooldown. Equipped magic flasks have 30% increased effect on you if no flasks are adjacent to them. That's fine for double tincture builds. You know how double tincture builds? You would just put them in the 2 and 4 slot, and then there are no flasks adjacent. Skipped shield. Yeah, because it's trash. 4% of armor is applied to your elemental damage. Okay. Yeah, 1, 3, and 5 would be flasks, and 2 and 4 would be tinctures. Restore the Marrakesh artifacts. Sure. Those will be interesting when we get the full list, but I'm definitely going to use a bunch of these. Triggers level 20 suspend in time on casting a skill. What the fuck is suspend on time? I don't think that's a skill right now. Holy hammers. Okay. It's your turn now? Huge. Untainted. As a tradable item, maybe? I'm way happier about this new Atlas. The comments they made in the Q&A about like the current Atlas really just feeling like just a representation of unconnected maps, whereas it used to feel like an actual map, like the map of maps was like a map. I don't know a better way to say that, but I agree. Over 40 new support gems. This one seems really cool and I want to try it. Bloodsoaked banner's a bit whatever. Huh. Okay. So 12% even with +1 isn't enough to use. However, it's fucking close. I wonder if making it level 5 or corrupting it to 4 and making it level 6 in the Dialas like what stat goes up? So 20 and then because you don't really want to corrupt a gem either, so okay, I'll need more information on that, but that could be really nice. Oh, essence stack 10 out of 10. That's actually huge. Instead of stacks of 9. Okay, this is interesting. Holy shit, I did not see the attribute requirement. Holy. If that's the attribute requirement at level 3, what's the attribute requirement when I buff that bitch up to level 7? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to matter because I'm going to use the timeless jewel, but like, what's it going to be? Hit 3 is max. Right. So you val to 4. And then you put it in a red socket. Where it gets like 5, 6. And then you get like a... I don't know. Maybe there's got to be like one more way to get like a plus level. Might be only non-exceptional gems. +1 all Dialas. Yep. Maps have a 25% chance to have either Shaper or Elder influence when opened. Okay, cool. 15, yeah, so each Void Stone is going to have just guaranteed 1 tier higher. And then when you're done with that, everything that didn't make it to tier 16 is now getting converted to gold, which presumably means the completely hidden map equity system is gone? Presumably? Yeah, I'm probably starting Holy Relic. Trips and minion cold support trigger. Different trigger summons a horde of highborn breach monsters to do your bidding. These summon monsters, all the physical damage converted to cold. I mean, I could use that. Do I have to use it myself? Oh, supports offering skills you use yourself. Never mind. Fuck off. Forget I said anything. Never mind. We've worked extra hard at removing buttons from this build. We're not adding one back in just for these guys. Nope. Alright. At least my breakfast is done. That's all I got left. Correct. Trigger does not count as using it yourself. Impressions are that it's very, very, very good patch. I'm going to exercise a tiny bit of caution and wait for the patch notes, because we have had several times in the last few years where the notes go directly against everything they said in the thing. It was like, everything sounds great, and then you read the notes and you're like, that's the opposite of everything you said you were doing. This is worse in every way. So we'll wait for the notes before we get too excited. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna make a coffee. There will be notes very soon. Okay. Need to make new updates as an SRS. Yep, Poison SRS and Holy Relic, if they survive, get updates. Which apparently we have patch notes. Well, that's irrelevant. We already don't. That was already a trash amount of healing. And nobody used it anyway. Hang on. Hang on. Slow down. Cool. Huh? Alright, so Penance Brand itself got buffed. But Penance Brand of Dissipation is the good one. So it's going to attack 25% less often every 1 second instead of 0.75. But now deals 20% more damage. Oh no, previously 30. Quality will make up for a little bit of that damage. Okay, so Penance Brand of Dissipation nerfed a little. Not enough to kill it. That's fine. The people who wanted to play that will still play it. That's fine. Stormbrand. Honestly, these two are like almost indistinguishable anyway. Now deals 10 up to 449. Previously 227. Yo. Stormbrand effectiveness is now 45 to 55%. Previously 30% at all levels. But now deals 80% more damage with hits at all levels, previously 80 to 130. I mean, that nerf isn't as big as this buff, so that's still a buff overall. Yeah, that's still a buff overall. All right. Ray Spectre no longer have a hidden more elemental damage modifier when converting their physical damage to elemental. They also now scale up their monster level. Oh my god! Oh, but what if I play? But what if I played Spectres? It's so easy to get Spectres to level 30. What if... Actually, what if... That's interesting, actually. Animate Guardian is smiting. We don't care about the minion damage at all. The smite attack now has an impact radius of 2.1 meter, previously 1.5 meters, is huge. Well, when they need a Gazi helmet? Why, it's never needed a Gazi helmet before. I've always put my specters in the chest. Absolution and Absolution of Inspiration now have a base debuff duration of 3 seconds, previously 1, a base minion duration of 15 seconds, previously 10. Sentinel of Absolutions now have 44% more area of effect with their Power Lightning Blast and deal 40% more damage. Okay, Absolution is back on the table. Shit. The Holy Slam used by Herald of Purity minions and Dominating Blow minions now have 32% more area of effect. Oh my god. Wayne. Vision leveling. Honestly, the difference between Absolution and SRS was so close that I called it pretty much a personal preference. They just play slightly differently, but like, do whichever one you like. With this, with their base duration getting tripled, the debuff duration getting tripled and 50% more on their duration and 44% more area and 40% more damage, we're leveling as Absolution. We're not leveling as SRS anymore, unless Summon Raging Spirit has a thing. Hang on. No. Are those sentinels from the Val? Yes, it's level 12 also. Well, no, because SRS is like level 4, but it's level 12 that you can get Absolution. Yeah, so the empowered one is just the one, their big attack that's on the cooldown. That's all. Hit more damage, applies an explosion from the SNS. True. So maybe we do briefly care about that. So we SRS into Absolution for the campaign. I don't even think we're going to do SRS. I need to do a quick test run, but hold up. Yeah, okay. So we're probably just going to We're probably just going to level through Act 1 with Ember Fusillade Totems. If I can. I'll have to do a test of it, but I think the Ember Fusillade Totem will be really good. I don't want to stay that way because I like to level as minions, but I also don't want to change shit that often. Always looks for notes that are important to the build first. Yes, I will read through all of it, but first I try and think of anything that will affect any of my builds. Right? Fusillade is also level 12? Oh, okay. Well, maybe not then. Holy Relic seems buffed, if anything. Notes except for can no longer be obtained. Sure. What are the greater? Where's the list of new supports? I didn't. Ooh, rough. Oh, okay. Chieftain got double the explode chance, but for half the damage, but it's still a 250% explode, which is fine. That's a disgusting explode still. It just happens twice as often. The Guardian's Sentinel of Radiance minion no longer has a duration. It is now a permanent minion and has approximately 36% more movement speed. But then for some reason, still doesn't persist between areas. Why not? Why not? Why? The same damage, just smaller hits. Well, it's a buff in some ways and a nerf in other ways if you're talking about the chieftain thing. For general use, it's a buff because 250% on trash mobs is still enough to kill most rares in existence. So for like general mapping and most people using it, it'll actually be a buff. You'll just have more consistent explosions. But there are specific builds that rely on one giant ignite for a few things. Some of them are self-ignite. Some of them are we pop a bunch of enemies around a boss fishing for that 500% explode to cause that ignite to like do proper single target damage and whatnot. So for those, it's nerfed. But for general use, it's buffed. Right? Basically, if 250% was going to be enough for you to kill everything anyway, which I think it will be in simulacrums, by the way, simulacrum AFK, I think this will be a buff to that, not a nerf, because I think you already had enough damage in that case. I think the 250% will still be enough to one-shot and prolift through things. for simulacrums. But that's just a bit of conjecture. That's just my thought based on experience. I don't have like the math to back that up, but I do think a 250% explode will still be enough. And in any case where that is the case, it'll be a buff because it'll just be a reliability up, right? I think the use cases where this gets worse is for things like when you use the like penance ring to curse a boss to pull out like 4 or 5 mobs at a time, fishing for that one giant explode to do boss damage. That's going to be a lot weaker. Right? How do you think Holy Relic Ignite Guardian looks? Holy Relic is all about hitting a buttload of times very, very quickly. It doesn't suit Ignite. Guardian now has a 2-point notable herring flame on melee hit. Sure. Any secret boss to Holy Relic this patch? I mean, potentially. I'm looking for 2 things. One, I want the list of gems, but it doesn't appear to be here. And 2, I need the data on this gem, because 12% and +1 sounds really good, but it actually isn't enough to get us to the next breakpoint. So it's actually unusable. But this is only the level 3 version. What does it get when I put it in a red socket, give it +2 levels, and now it's level 5, and then I corrupt it, and now it's level 6, and then it goes in a +1 Dialas, and now it's level 7. Like, how much more does it gain? Because if it gets just a little bit more, then it can replace Enhance. And if it can replace Enhance, we get a free fucking level. Jerk officer, thank you for the prime. You know what? We can go back to
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
yeah, or possibly 2. So I need like more data on that one, right? Like I need to know what it gets when it's higher. It was loud. Oh, you're right. Thank you for that. Let me turn that back down to -30. Their live streams are way quieter than I expect, or than any other one live streams are. So I always have to turn up my desktop audio when I'm watching the GGG live stream. It should be fixed. I'm going to replay that last one just to make sure it's fixed right now. So warning for anyone who has those sensitive ears, I'm sorry that happened. Let me replay it right now and make sure it's better.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Is that a bit better? Put on the live stream that gives 40% quality. Yeah, unfortunately, it literally says on it, does not support the skills of minions. %. Gonna
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
The Gullia, I give it a prime. Elementalist is sad. Okay. King's Arch mappers can no longer return cluster jewels of over item level 83. That's interesting. What if I put them in tier 17 maps? True. You're right. I forgot about that for a second. Yep, you're right. I just forgot about that for a second. Ooh, the bloodline changes. Okay. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I might start from the top as soon as I'm done with these bloodline changes. Actually, I don't even care about all of them. I just care about... Is Lycia the one we used? Hold on. Was just Holy Relic buffed? A moderate amount. Not as much as some others got buffed, but definitely buffed. Where the fuck is the skill that I want? That one. That's the one we wanted. Nah, Profane Ground is pretty fucking strong, man. What Val mod can we get on the Holy Relic gem? Any of the supported by gems that we use are fine. My default in my brain says, hey, get supported by a level 1 meat shield. Because meat shield is way better than minion life, because meat shield comes with damage. But realistically, you don't go for meat shield, right? You go for... Fuck. Here we are. You go and look at what gems you have, and then you go, oh cool, meat shield would be the one I want to add in. So you would just look for minion damage or meat shield. Really, or unbound ailments, but actually I would rather keep a maximum level. I know the awakens don't exist anymore, but I would much rather keep a leveled up unbound ailments. The reason for that, like really importantly, being as a minion build, this gem is the only source of increased duration of afflicted ailments. Because of that, it is directly a more multiplier. So that 94% increased duration, that's 94% more damage. That's your highest damage support gem. So that, I wouldn't want that as my level 1 support, right? But anything else would be fine. Anything else would be fine. Is there a bloodbath? Really? The things I've specifically looked up have been buffs. Yeah, Eclipse support is a big question mark right now, because 12 CDR isn't quite enough. I'll have to work out what the exact number is, but I think it's going to be... I think it's like either 15 or 18. I'll have to like work it out, but 12, it's more than 12. I know that. So we're just going to figure out what it gets when you like corrupt it and then put it in a red socket in your Dialas and work, right? Like we need to see what happens when you over level that. Cause if it can get like just enough, then great. Right? And for a total of 30% at level 70, that would be fantastic. If it could make it to 30%. But yeah, we'll need the data mining on that. Or just for them to tell us. Alright, well, I think I've looked at all the things that are specifically for my build. So when exceptional gems never do anything. Well, they hadn't before, but now these exceptional gems aren't just exceptional gems, they're also the equivalent of all of our woke gems, right? So they presumably will do stuff at level 1. But fuck do I know. But how to get the right supports. I mean, is it going to be that hard to get the right supports? Like, people are saying like, oh, GCPs are going to be super expensive. Are they? Because people were already, weren't we all already running 6 or 9 holy relics or whatever gem in our off weapons anyway, and just double corrupting them? Which already needed to be leveled and then have all their quality added anyway. The difference is we'll just be making a decision between, do I double corrupt them or do I try to use this thing to add a support gem? Which one's stronger for me? But like, you're still going to use the same amount of gems. Like, if there was more room in my offhand, I'd already have more gems there. So having another avenue isn't suddenly going to make me able to level more gems, right? Is they're already full. All right. So we don't need to read through that. There's exceptional support gems. There's new improved versions of awakened support gems, which have phased out. There'll be over 40 exceptional support gems, which can be found in the endgame. But they didn't tell us what they are. Like, so there's no list of these. How's Holy Relic Conviction looking? Great. Yeah, it's really good. Buffed, untouched, buffed. Buffed, but right now, only by a little bit, but potentially by a lot. We just need some more information. Like, it could be a decently substantial buff, or it could be just like 10% stronger than before. I would, right now, it could be anywhere between 10% stronger than last league to about 40% stronger than last league, depending on some more information. I need more data, right? I'll go over it all in a video when I'm done. I want to read through all of this and let's see what's up. But there'll be a video later. Would be a great support for our raised specters when imbuing them. you already use meat shield and minion life on them. So the answer is either one of those two supports, so that you can then put empower in instead. Wait. Feeding frenzy on a single golem link. Yo! Actually, don't you want a 21 raise Spectre? I mean, maybe that's another option, sure. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, empower level 4 is plus 3 levels. Like, would you rather have a corrupted gem to level 21 or a level 20 gem that's added 3 levels from a support, right? Unless you were already doing that to go for the level 25, in which case, yeah, okay. Or 21, 23 Spectres and then give the support to the Animate Guardian of Smiting instead. Potentially, but the Animate Guardian of Smiting is already practically immortal. And generally, I'm more worried about Spectres than I am about Animate Guardian. Corrupts level 20, imbuing it with a valid strength X int, sure. Added Divine Blast, Holy Roller, Holy Strike. Sure. However, for Holy Roller Conviction, great. Great, we're gonna be fine. You can stage as well, it moves until it stops. Waves of... Sure. Flamethrower Trap of Stability. We've been different around. Okay, sure. Kinetic Fusillade of Detonation. Indicate multiple hovering. After a short duration, the projectiles explode, dealing area damage.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Huh? That could be insane. Kinetic Fusillade is already really good. Having an exploding Kinetic Fusillade might be great. Bully! Thank you for the prime. Also. Whew. Orb of Storms of Squalls. An SRS kill kicking, that's my jam. It looks like it, yes. If you haven't played Holy Relic, I would suggest it instead. I think it's better. But some people prefer the Poison SRS just because it feels more like a minion build. And Lancing Steel might be interesting as an imbued. Maybe. I started playing from Fury the first time. I mean, honestly, Stormbrand looks solid. Like, Stormbrand Inquisitor looks very solid. Also, if you're interested, He-Hulk, you should look at Shadz's Tornado Inquisitor, because I bet it can be adapted to be a brand build really fucking easily. And that setup is very, very tanky, and with still lots of damage, and looks quite nice. And with the Stormbrand buffs, that could be a really good play. Shock Nova, a precision castle ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger one. Nice. Stormburst of Repulsion. Okay, sure. Number of enemies. Beam chill enemies in a planet. Who's texting me? Go away. This better be important. This is freak, by the way. Well, we might have a look later. Trap, blessed call support, supports war cries, create conk ground. It causes them to gain percentage physical damage, extra fire and lightning. Okay, whatever. Ooh, added a new intelligence support gem. Exemplar support. Supports a minion's skill, causing your minions to have increased critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier for each of your own recent crits. I'm going to need more information on that. Well, I mean, we don't get that many crits. But with the amount of hits we have, we're still doing like 12 or 15 crits a second. So, and like, if we just knew that we wanted to do that, then I could probably up it to about 30 to 32 crits a second. They'd be very weak crits that didn't do any damage, but I could do it. It just depends on, like, does this have a stack limit? Like, I need more data. Like, what if this stacks only up to 5 times or something? Then you're like, oh, gross. Never mind. Right?
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Monthly Prime check. Happy gaming.
Hey, Jew Butler. Thank you for the Prime. Very much appreciate it. So this could be really interesting. I need the data mining on that gem. I need to know what the actual information is. Getting buff bullion? No. Causing them to have increased critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier for each of your own recent critical strikes. It definitely stacks. The question is only whether or not it has a limit. Reading is hard. I agree. In a ring crafts can be found. Okay, yeah, sure. 13 uniques, 80 div cards. The exotic substash currency has been split into 2, Atlas and League. Okay. Continue to incrementally improve the sound and artifacts in the environment. Sure. Right. The structure of the atlas has also changed, so we saw all that. Almost support that summons the minions that were on a graft. They did. So the ones that summon from the graph won't be usable in either of my builds. Because it requires you to cast the offering manually yourself. And I will not do that. Right, hang on. Oh. My meal deliveries are here. I just need one moment. I need to grab the box from outside and put them in my fridge. I'll be back in a second.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
also had to fucking feed the dogs. I got reminded about as soon as I walked out of the room. Oh. Okay. We're looking for anything new that wasn't covered. Let's put in per unique map, sure. Move to other, so you can now get more total atlas points. Just up down to traveling the threads. Any chance to defeat Unleash Multi-Strike. Help us me chain fork, curse ground, culling strike, and spell echo. I don't know where you saw that, but I'm looking for minion damage because the woke version came with a +1, which is very hard to lose. Void manipulation, because that's what we were using. Unbound ailments, because that's what we were using. Right, so those are fine. I'm right in the left. Oh, Vel. Well, hello. Has it been absolutely how long will you play Holy Relic? 100%. I'll be playing Holy Relic. Well, 90%. We love the patch notes. Well, I give it a raid. I had gone to bring in my like meals, and then the dogs alerted me that it was actually breakfast time an hour and a half ago, and I just had forgotten about them because the patch notes were happening. But as soon as I left my room, they fucking let me know that they were displeased about not being fed. So I had to go feed them also. They let me know. We're at the end. Take you to one of the memory vaults, sure. Alright, getting darkness enthralled. An anima who's an anima's course is much easier, hopefully. You will now receive... Oh. The Decayed Voidstone is now obtained from killing both Shaper and Elder. Or Uber Elder. You will now receive a Voidstone from killing both Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds, instead of one from each. The extra Voidstone that leaves will be killing the Incarnation of Dread. But that's only 3. That's only 3. Oh, Maven kept us. Right. Okay, Maven's still Maven. Alright. It's definitely going to take a little longer to get all 4 Voidstones. Oh, go away. For people to buy boosts, it'll be about the same? True. Yeah, actually. No, it's the Incarnation of Dread that'll take a bunch of extra time. But if you're buying the Incarnation of Dread, whatever, right? Now, Nightmare maps, sure. Completing each nightmare map now awards 1 Atlas skill point, so you actually need to do all 5 of the previously tier 17 maps. How to league start with Holy Relic. Like that. We'll be updating that guide starting today. It'll be fully updated before the league launches, preferably before Wednesday, so that you've got at least a few days to like look over it and familiarize yourself. Blah blah blah. Yeah, or Absolution, which is probably better now. Venom Snake and Mamba Dead? No idea. Never played it. It's not one of my builds. Uber bosses now only require 4 fragments. Cool. Because rather than being quest items you place in your map device? Okay, sure. Buffed because of binos? Probably, yeah. Ew. Is it the map tier? Sure. Sure.
So long satisfactory you were fun. Why hello Po.
Yo. Warpstone, they give it a $25 tip. Oh, why they added the Spectre buff last league just to remove it this league? I mean, the Spectres got buffed this league. Substantially. Lost the hidden scaler? Yeah, but they got several levels, which I think is better. Watch the clip. Why?
Slam's totally dominating the medic category. No, see, that's the thing. This is the thing. There's people like you fucking brainwashed by Fobgun who has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And you guys are all fucking regurgitating his fucking dumb takes. That shit fucking triggers me so fucking much. No, what you don't understand is something is dominating. It's like everything fucking sucks. Everything is dog shit.
Yo.
That's it.
Yo.
Slams were... If they tweaked slams by nerfing it down a little bit, I would have understood. Like, there's no problem with that. I would have no problems with, like, I don't know. Auto exit goes down to like 15, and Earthshadow gets a 10% nerf, whatever, like that would be fine.
God, do you need a hug, man? Are you okay? Do you want to, like, go out and get some sushi? Sit in the grass? You're right, my dude? Okay. Really disabled, sure. So you removed all the vendor recipes that would give that, sure. On the bright side, these Maven chisels are now actually relevant and will probably be significantly more expensive. Because not in every case forever, but in almost all cases, just using regular chisels was better than using the Maven chisels for a specific thing. But without regular chisels, well, now these Maven chisels have like a use, right? Like now I would use them. That too. Greatly reduced the amount of items dropped by explosive barrels in the fortress map. These barrels will now drop a comparable number of items to barrels in other maps. There goes fucking 70% of the loot from that map. I'm a fan. I think that's a good change. They're going to increase the back size. I don't think it matters. Tier 17s don't exist anymore. And the main job of those 5 maps is supposed to be getting access to the Ubers, not farming it for scarabs and currency drops. That should be done in regular maps. The 17s are gone. So not technically gone, but they're now tier 16 level, and they're a separate thing, which is like called a nightmare map or whatever. And you won't be using them for full Giga Juice. They're used to get access to Uber bosses. But shit, too late. I already looked through. There are some small-ish buffs to Holy Relic. And potentially one much larger buff to Holy Relic, but we need more information. We need data mining of the actual gem to see what happens at higher levels. So at least a small buff, potentially a big buff. The crit minion gem is a separate thing that is also might. That's an interesting thing. Buff for any sort of life regen. There's a support that specifically adds +1 level and 12% quality, but 12% quality isn't enough. And that's level 3, which is its maximum level. But I need to know what the level 4, 5, 6, and 7 version of that does. Right? I need to know how much more quality that gives to find out if it can get us enough quality to sneak us over the line and replace the enhance. Because that could be huge, right? But we need to know what happens to that gem when it's over its maximum level. So you can make the 128 much easier. 20% quality on a mastery. Or use it with an awaken enhance level 6. That still wouldn't be enough to get you to the next breakpoint. The next breakpoint after the 128 is like 204 or something. We're not getting anywhere near that. No, Awaken, Empower, Enhance, and Enlighten still exist. They're the only 3. Isn't that what they said? Holy Relic is safe. Holy Relic is safe. And at least buffed a little bit. Maybe buffed significantly more. We need more information. But it'll be at least a little tiny bit stronger than it was before. Potentially quite a bit stronger, but at least a tiny bit. Canals are sure, I'm sure. The Infinite Scarab of how are we feeling? Pretty good so far. Good news, the announcement was fantastic.
Get your Magic Find characters ready.
Even better news, for the first time in maybe 2 years, reading through the patch notes isn't directly countering the announcements. Because that's been a running thing that's been happening for a fucking while now, is that I get excited by the announcement and then I read the patch notes and it's the fucking opposite of what they said. And that's been pissing me off. That isn't happening this time. I'm reading through the patch notes and it seems like they're doing the things they said they're doing. So yay. The Machiavelli. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. And has been renamed Leading Discover Treasures. Chest rewards to be applied to the monster. Okay, sure. I mean, we're only like a third of the way through these patch notes so far, but the announcement today, plus the patch notes I've read so far, plus the knowledge that like Mark and Octavian are like mostly like fully in charge of PoE 1 by the looks of it, is giving me a lot of renewed hope for PoE 1 not falling over. So like this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. Hunted traders can no longer be into. Oh, I like that one. That's my like bonus. There's nothing super valuable to put in my last slot. I'll just throw 100 traders in there. Any guaranteed liches every map? I don't think I've gotten to that one yet. This section has been split between 2. Ah. I didn't feel like Holy Relic build was strong there. Yeah, you know what? It was worth it to skip playing Holy Relic, the league after Merc League, because Merc brought Holy Relic to a different level that it will probably never get back to without Mercs. That was actually gross. And it was near the top. Didn't mean to skip it. Oh. It just guarantees an abyssal depth, not a boss. Oh, right. All depths are liches now. That's been in for a while. Right. That's been in for ages. Yeah. Yo, Amanamahu's might be like way easier / cheaper to get. Yeah, also, well, right away, 94% belts should be really easy, and then 100% belts should be cheaper than before also, right? Unless I try something real weird and I rewrite the entire guide to be really good for poison, and then I just go hit right off the bat to see how it goes. What does it mean 120? I can't find it because I'm an idiot. It's a minion offensive mastery. Hang on. Wrong path of building. Yo, whoever does path of building, can you guys make the fucking symbols look different? Here. Here? Wait. Here? Here? Oh, this is an old one. Hold on. Convert. There it is. Minions have 20% increased cooldown recovery rate. Yo, the Kalgoran Scarab Nargan's areas contain 2 additional ore deposits. The new anoint belts look juicy though. Okay, I don't want to say this out loud, but I feel like if you know what? I'm not going to put it in the guide because the guide's going to be poison, but I might try a hit version myself right off the bat. Just because I want to see how it goes. I think it might be a little bit worse. The reason I'm going to do it myself and not include it in the guide is because I know how quickly I'll be able to change from hit to poison. Right? I know how quickly I'll be able to do that if it fails. And the reason I'm thinking of that is because there's actually a belt mod. Does that still exist? Is there a belt mod for 20% CDR? The old Merc one. Does that still exist? No, they removed that? Ah, rip. Never mind then. Maybe I'll just go poison. Essences now contain 3. Dominations have 3. Anarchy Scarabs has 5. Extra strong boxes. Ooh, the following maps have been added back into the Atlas. Shrine, Fungal Hollows, Pen, Carcass, Lair, Bog, Terrace, Siege, Dungeon, Relic Chambers, Cold River, Coral Ruins, Wharf, Field, Plaza, Cage, Spider Lair, Courthouse, Graveyard, Gardens, Haunted Mansion, Reef, Dry Sea, Foundry, and Dig. No, these are the ones that have been added back in. Also, I like Haunted Mansion. It's actually a really nice map. Following maps have been removed. Arachnid Nest, Coliseum, Waste Pool, Thicket Academy, Infested Valley, Cells, Desert, Bone Crypt, Toxic Sewer. Toxic Sewer and Waste Pool, you've taken them both out together? Precinct, Shore, Spider Forest, Estuary, Channel, Bazaar, Glacier, Villa, Ramparts, Museum, Desert Spring, Temple, Underground River Plateau, and Phantasmagoria. Yo, they've nerfed 3 of the... They've gotten rid of 3 of the best hallway maps in existence. All in the same patch. That's an odd choice to make. There's a 4th one though. There are 4 really good hallway maps. Waste Pool and Toxic Sewer are the best 2, but then Phantasmagoria and another one are like 2nd tier. Nah, not Silo. Silo's too wide for what I'm thinking. There's another one. There's another one. People use it for blight as well. Shit, what's the other hallway one? Might be core. It might be core. Nah, Phantasmagoria is the fleshy one, right? Oh no, maybe it's core. Maybe it is core. It's the one from the end of Act 3 with the 3 side bosses and then the one in the middle. That's core? Okay. So is core still in? Because that'll be the one you do blight in. Because it's still really, really good for blight. I don't see core on either of these lists. So I assume you've still got at least one really good blight map. But just one. Yeah, blight's so hard. All the spawns are gone. Carcass is really good for blight. I don't know if I've done blight in Carcass before. But yeah, alright, fair enough. Drowning orbs no longer move towards the player if there are no enemies in range. You know what? I wanted them to remove drowning orbs completely, but I'm happy enough with that. Like, I think you could have just gotten rid of drowning orbs, but at least this change is still pretty good. Map modifiers that cannot roll. 3 out of 10 seconds. Petrified, reduced action speed, marked for death. Remove life on hit. The impale thing. Awakener's desolation. The throw traps. Less players' minions have less movement, attack, and cast speed. Damage totems taken from the summoner's life instead. You know, like half of these I didn't have an issue with personally. Like even this one didn't really bother me. But Awakened Desolation was really annoying. This one was just like unrunnable for me. So like those two going away is really good. And if I got to pick a third one, it would have been Drowning Orbs go away. But the action speed was manageable, but annoying. It didn't. Volatile Cores still in? That's right. Volatile Cores got nerfed last league. You can now block them. They no longer penetrate all of your resistances, and they do half the damage they used to do. They're still dangerous, but they're no longer like one tap your super tanky build dangerous. Right? And like, for instance, on Holy Relic, if only 2 or 3 of them are coming towards me and they're not directly on top of each other, I can just tank them. It's fine. If I happen to pop a pack with Cultist Explosion and 8 of them pop out and head towards me at once, I will want to dodge that. But I'm no longer getting popped by just 1 or 2 of them. Right? But honestly, if you like pop a whole pack and there's 8 rares in there and 8 volatile cores come towards you and you sit there and tank them all, you deserve to die, right? Like you deserved that death. Like what? You die. I mean, do we get any Holy Relic of Conviction nerfs? Technically, yes, but slightly more buffs than we got nerfs. So I think we'll be at least a little bit stronger. Potentially a lot stronger, but we need more information. Yeah, also Absolution looks crazy good. Like an Absolution Guardian might actually be really fucking strong this time. If I have time and the mental ability to do so, I will put together an Absolution build, because I've had Absolution guides in the past and I've loved it. It's one of my favorites. But I will be playing Holy Relic because for me, for anyone who hasn't played Holy Relic before, let me sell you on Holy Relic. Give me your attention for like a 45-second sale pitch into Holy Relic. Right? It's gonna start weird. It's gonna start weird, but give me the time, right? Holy Relic is not the fastest build in the world. It does not do the most amount of damage. It does not clear maps the quickest, and it is not the tankiest you've ever played. However, it is second or third on every single one of those categories, and it can comfortably do absolutely everything in the entire game. It is mostly automated, single click, no aiming, and immune to all map mods. And it is the second or third best at fucking everything. That's my sale pitch. It is not the best at anything at all, but it's good at everything. There's a reason it keeps dodging nerfs. Yeah, because it's not exceptionally good at anything. It doesn't stand out in any category. What if I throw 5 mirrors at it? It will, I mean, it will take all 5 of your mirrors, yes. It will take all 5 of your mirrors and continue to give you proportional increases of strength. Send me the build guide. I mean, right now, this is the one from last league. We will be starting work on it this afternoon to upgrade it to the current league. There is a full written guide there. There is also an FAQ there. Lupus Mortalis worked on really, really, really hard. I should probably get permission from Lupus, but I mean, I don't think he's going to say no. We're probably going to roll a lot of the FAQ into the written website guide, because sending people to multiple places is bad. I would just like to credit Lupus with most of the work for the FAQ. I don't know if you don't want your name attached or you do. I would like to attach your name to the top of the FAQ just so that people can say thank you when they see you in chat. But some people don't want their name attached to things, so I should at least ask. You're doing good. Cool. I'll make sure that on the FAQ page right at the top, nice big letters, you get credit, because he did the lion's share of the work on that, probably 90% of it, including 100% of all of the formatting and making it easy to read and easy to find everything. Is it a good dad build? Oh, it's a perfect dad build. Here's the other selling point. Holy Relic almost plays the game for you. You could be half blind in one eye and fully blind in the other eye with just a stump on the end of your right hand and no hand on the other arm, while also nursing a child and getting distracted by 3 other things and still clear tier 16.5 juiced maps without dying. How deep in delve can it get? I'm not much of a delver, so I've only taken it to like 1,000. So I don't know how deep it can go. Should nearly make my girlfriend just stop laughing. Well, I mean, making an auto aiming and smooth. So it's not full auto aiming. If you've not actually seen it before, let me show you real quick. Let me show you real quick what I mean by auto aiming, because you can't. It's not quite 100% auto aiming. But if I jump in here to, there we go, this guy right here, and we go somewhere where there's a large amount of space, like King's March. So if you look closely, I do have the MTX on, so it's a lot easier to see my lancing projectiles. So let's try and get into an open area. So I'm just going to aim right in the center between these 2 maps here, right? See the whole area that gets covered by projectiles here? If there was a mob in there, if there was just one mob in there, all of them would aim directly at it. Anything in that cone. Right? If there are 10 different mobs in there, it will intentionally target 10 different mobs. And then how it functions is, it doesn't matter what mob you hit, the Holy Relic will simply target the closest mob to you at all times. It just targets the closest mob to you all the time. So one really tanky unique is coming towards you and you're just spamming attack on it, and then a rare flies in from down here. You don't have to change your targeting. You just keep hitting this thing that's never going to die, getting a fuckload of life gain on hit and being real tanky because of it. And your Holy Relics will just start targeting the rare that's coming from the bottom. And then it'll kill that and then go back. How good is the non-poison version of it? Not as good. Definitely not as good. Although possibly this league with some of those changes, it might work out. But for me to know that, I'm going to have to test it. So I won't be having a build guide on a hit version. Oh, excuse me. I just realized if I fucking stay here in town, this thing's gonna make fucking sounds the whole time. It's avoid poison mobs, just like all minions of poison, more or less. I mean, technically you care about the chance to avoid poison, but you'll just be able to run it. And if that's the only negative thing, you won't even notice, right? But it'll become a little different if you stacked everything. Like if it had chance to avoid poison, and it also had spell block, and it also had chaos resistance, and it also had monster life, then you'll still be able to clear the map. You'll just be like, why does my damage feel a little bit low? And you'll pop open the thing and you'll be like, oh, it's got like all the negative things at once. Do you think a Guardian hit version could work? I mean, it already could. It just does less damage and is squishier. So Like, I wouldn't bother. Well, full look at the new Guardian. Fucking maybe you could get one that was similar. Maybe. It's actually triggered Herald device or something. Well, there are other reasons to do hit-based versions. Once you've invested high enough that you're exceeding the poison cap, it's sort of like a scaling thing. It's a lot easier to scale poison than it is to scale hit. But at a certain level of investment, you reach the poison cap. And once you've done that, putting another 10 mirrors into it doesn't really get you very much more damage unless you start moving the focus off poison and onto more hit, right? The thing is, we can reach the poison cap, but it's not like easy or free to hit the poison cap. Like, it's a pretty decent investment to hit the poison cap. It can be done, but it's a pretty decent investment. Most people who play this only end up with like 12 to 15 million DPS. Like I said, its DPS isn't that high, but its uptime is phenomenal, and its auto targeting and its whole screen clearage, even though technically you only have 15 million DPS, when you're mapping, it feels like you've got 45 to 50. Like, other builds that have 45 to 50 are just as quick, right? Hello. This is going to be my first league. I plan to follow your build guide. Nice. That one right there. Just bookmark that, because it'll be the same thing. We're gonna begin working on it today. I will share the deadline so that you know. The deadline to upload, I mean, it's not a strict deadline. Like, if I don't have it ready, they'd still launch it. But Wednesday is the deadline that they want us to meet for the website, because it's the best for like optimizing and whatnot. So the plan will be to have that entire thing updated to the new thing by Wednesday at the latest. Sometimes just stream. Yeah, absolutely. Send me a DM and I won't check it right now, and then that'll remind me to check afterwards, like on Discord or whatever. Ancient decay masses. Sure. Sure. Reach down stack, blah blah blah. Immune response Atlas passive now is blight monsters in your map spawn 150% faster, previously 100%. Interesting. Kind of funny in a league with holy skills that didn't really touch Holy Relic. Yeah, right? Like, when is the time to transition from SRS to Holy Relic? That's also in the guide. But essentially, technically speaking, you can do it anytime after level 28, but because you need Lancing Steel of Spraying, which is 28 required, and you also need Holy Relic of Conviction. But those are two alt quality gems, So the go-to suggestion and the way the guide is written is that we play something else all the way up until Merc Lab, and then we farm a little bit at Merc Lab to get our alt qualities, and then we go. Technically, like if you were coming in a day late or something, if a friend could hand you a Lancing Steel of Spraying and a Holy Relic of Conviction, level 28, as soon as you can put on the Lancing Steel, you could level the whole way. And it is great. All the options are now guaranteed. For us, that makes no difference, because there was only one alt quality for Lancing Steel and Holy Relic. Ooh. Someone Infusion Atlas passive downgrades 400 self-hype instead of 200 on a white map. Up to 1,000 instead of 500 on a red map. That's actually quite a bit. The random gem is now gone though. No. So there's two options. There's swap a gem into a random gem, and then there's swap a gem into a random gem of its kind. So the common one you get all the time is just you put in any blue gem and you get any blue gem back. That'll still exist and it'll still be the most common. The quote unquote good one would let you change a gem into another version of itself. For us, that already guaranteed Holy Relic of Conviction or Lancing Steel of Spraying, because those are the only alt quality gems for that skill. But things like Penance Brand, for instance, I think has two alt qualities. It's got Penance Brand of Dissipation and whatever the other one is that's shit that no one wants. Storm Brand has Storm Brand of Indecision, and then whatever the other shit one is that nobody wants. Right? And so when those options come up now, you'll just get here are the 2 or 3 that it could be, and you just get to pick the one. So that's a great change. It just doesn't affect us. Right? So a 30% chance, sure. Ooh. Just swap around Merc Lab. I generally swap around Merc Lab because that's the most convenient early place to farm my 2 gems. And you really just need the 2 gems, right? If, this has only happened to me once, but if I was leveling with other people, and let's say by Cruel Lab, I just happened to hit Holy Relic of Conviction in the normal lab, and then I go to Cruel and I just happen to hit Lancing Steel of Spraying, I'll change early, because you can do it as early as level 28 when you can equip them. You could make the transition. That doesn't usually happen on a league start. That would be incredibly lucky. It's happened to me only once. The build guide will not be written like that. If you know enough to take the build guide and just change it a little bit to swap early, and you happen across both gems, you should do so. But the plan is always to change at Merc Lab. Farm Merc Lab for my gems, and then change. You can get a Joffrey's plus a fast weapon. Yeah. But what I do normally is I just go to the vendor, even at level 28, and I'll just pick one of the 1.5 or 1.6 attack speed base swords and just fucking throw whatever's the first minion essence or the first attack speed essence that I get. I'll throw that on and just go. It's fine. Just respect the quiet. It's all in the build guide. You can have a look. There's a path of building there. It's got like act by act progression, including the respecs. It's not that much. The way my build guides are built are intentionally trying to be as close to what the end will be right away. for like experienced players who are just new to Holy Relic but are really experienced, you might not want to level as minions. You might want to level as the normal fucking ignite witch things that people do and just do a full respec for like 60,000 gold or something when you enter maps. Because leveling as minions is not the quickest, but it's also not slow, right? It's just not quite as good as the absolute perfect meta thing. And I'd rather not have a respec. And if I'm going to play a minion build, I'd rather be playing minion builds from as early as possible. So, Okay, what else have we got? How's everything relevant to new players? The build, yeah, it's up to. Yep. It's supposed to. Hive-brain glands now directly open portals to the hive colony rather than being used alongside a map to add an entrance to the hive colony within that area. That's almost a nerf though, because the hive colonies benefited from the map roles, and now it'll just be an empty one. Is there a Holy Relic? I guess I need to label the path of building better. Because it's this swap here from the Act 8 is SRS still. And then the Act 10 is the setup. So you can see the swap there, which isn't a lot. Right? It's like you lose 3 points there. And take a few more points at the bottom. You start taking block nodes instead. And to be clearly superior now? Yeah, we'll probably be changing it to level with Absolution. I think with the buffs to Absolution. Really do need a path of building. I really do. I really do need somebody who's like good at setting up path of building to be neat and nice and organized, because I am fucking terrible at it. But I can set up the thing like this, but then like somebody to do like labeling and coloring and having everything sit out nice would be really good. That? Intent is when it swaps from SRS to Holy Relic. Yeah, you can tell where the swap is because it's where we take the your hits can't be evaded thing, because you go from just casting SRS or Absolution probably next league into attacking with a weapon while you have no accuracy. So you have to take the your hits can't be evaded node. But yeah, the alt quality gems are mandatory, which is why I say Merc Lab usually, because you stop and farm Merc Lab for a little bit. until you either get your own gems or find a gem worth selling to buy your own gems, right? One of those two things. Or just find enough chaos on the floor to buy your own gems. That's also fine. All breach scarabs have a limit of 1. Oof. There's the new one for like 4 each. Yep. They're generally like 4 to 10 C on day 1, and then like 40 C on day 2, and then like 80 C by day 3. The reason for that isn't necessarily more people playing it. It's the people who are playing it only need to buy 1 early. But by the time you get around to day 3, they level the gems to 20 in their offhands twice, and they do 9 of them each time. So they're now buying 18 of them a day. If you're an absolute degenerate like me, you might be buying 3 sets a day. They said all the Foulborns were added. Foulborns, Beric's Respite can no longer roll. Ignited enemies you kill explode, dealing 5% of their life as fire damage, which cannot ignite. Come on! That's my favorite one. It does mean it still has the shock explode, and the shock explode can still ignite. You just can't get a double explode. Won't chain though without both, correct. You'll have to get another form of explode some other way to have it chain. The ring itself won't create its own chain, which I guess reasonable, but also, you know. Yeah, the shock deals lightning damage, but you can say all damage ignites through Elementalist, and then it'll still do the ignite, but then you need something else to explode that can then shock, as long as you have all damage can shock. Okay, don't know what that one means. Engineering, sure. Concoction of bouncing Pathfinder putting in. Yeah, that didn't seem to get nerfed at all. Did it get buffed? I didn't see any nerfs that would fuck it. Well, other than like the buff everybody gets where you might get a level 1 support on top of whatever you're doing as well. And the minions only activate Feeding Frenzy. There will also reach over mapping. It just adds the Feeding Frenzy. The Feeding Frenzy is a global buff to your character that makes all minions deal 10% increased damage. Have you been in the possibility of a 2120? Yes, I think so. Like, it would probably depend on what gem, right? So hold on. So like what? A level 1 void manipulation is 20% more damage, plus 1 level is 12% more damage. So that's 8% more than you would have had. To be honest, I'm more interested in things like return projectiles on my Lancing Steel of Spring. Not because it lets me add another support gem, because there isn't another support gem I would want, but because it gives me a fucking socket back. And a socket is huge. It is either room to fit a golem in if you wanted, right? And that golem could be supported by a level 1 feeding frenzy just on its own. Or it's an abyssal socket, maybe. Or, right? Like there are like getting sockets on that build is huge. Any extra socket we can get, we can make use of. Holy shit, that was the reveal? Yeah. And honestly, most of the patch notes, or all of the patch notes, are reading like true to what they're talking about. They're not, you know, like in the past few leagues, they've been like, yo, the reveal's great. And then you open the patch notes and you're like, yo, this fucking killed me. This is not at all what they said they were doing. It sounded great. And then the patch notes are shit. That's not happening. I'm reading through it and it's everything they said it would be. That's great. Right. Hold on one second. Right, there we go. Whew. Blah, blah, blah. Are you going to go to ExileCon? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. And I'll probably be there at least a few days early. Like at least 2 or 3 days beforehand. Bias towards ports no longer have a bias towards specific currency types. Cool. Oh, that is interesting. Cool. And is available. Would it be better to replace Herald of Purity with SRS? Do I even have Herald of Purity in the build guide anymore? I thought we got rid of that because Animate Guardians don't lose their gear anymore and Spectres don't die and disappear anymore. So I ended up going back to those. And also, yes, as soon as you get a Svalin, chucking an SRS in is into the shield is incredibly good. We will cover that in the build guide where we will be updating the build guide as quickly as I can. Honestly, with the buffs to Absolution, it might even be worth using those. Nah, it's still SRS because you're not going to get an extra links in it. It that fled in transportation now offers trapped stashes with foul-born unique items. Okay, it that fled. If I came from himself, it must have increased. Okay. Jujin no longer sells cluster jewels or abyss jewels in his shop. Rip. Added a modifier to ultimatum that prevents players being able to block. Rough. I mean, if you're running an ultimatum build that has block, you'll just learn what that symbol looks like and never click on it, right? Oh, except that you do the automatic thing where you don't get a choice. Ew. Ew. Oh, yes. All sources of reduced reflect damage taken have been replaced with percentage of damage cannot be reflected. That is actually a huge buff. I know that to a lot of people that's going to read as if it's the same thing, but the problem in the past is if you have 100% less damage taken from reflect, but then you stand in shocked ground, which is 20% increase to damage taken, those directly counter each other, and you are now only 80% reflect immune and just instantly kill yourself. That's what happens right now. With this change, you should just be reflect immune, provided you still get it to 100. Oh shit, intelligence now inherently grants 1% increased maximum energy shield per 10 int. Just across the board. Previously per 5 int. That's a lot less energy shield. The Holy Slam used by Herald of Purity minions and Dominating Blow minions has more area. Yeah. Honestly, Absolution looks kind of insane. Also, I love the Animate Guardian of Smiting buff from 1.5 meter radius to 2.1 meter radius. I don't really care about the more damage for me specifically, but I love the extra radius on the curse application. I'll take that. Ooh. Energy Blade net quality is now just 10% increased attack speed. It's not even more. Replacing the 5% more maximum energy shield. Oof. Orb of Storms can now be supported by Spell Echo. Interesting. Portal no longer has its casting interrupted by self-damage. Yeah. Both Absolution and Dominating Blow got a decent enough buff to probably make them worth it. Raise Spectre no longer has that hidden elemental damage bonus when converting their damage, but they gained an extra 4 levels, which is crazy good. Spectres might be back on the menu. That should be about 12% more damage per level, which is not 48% more damage because it's 12% more and then 12% more of the new maximum and then 12% more of the new value and then 12% more of the new value, right? Yeah, also same deal for their life, although I'm not sure what the percentage is for that, but they should also be significantly tankier. Nice. Nice. The top tiger isn't 50 div this league. I'm not even going to get the tiger. I'm not even going to include the tiger. I might put like a one little star note, which is like, if you're a degenerate rich motherfucker who's just looking to min-max because you can, here's a Spectre that's slightly better than the frenzy charges you would otherwise get or whatever, that costs like 50 div instead of being free. And it's just like a little bit better. Like it's not even that much better. We're not even going to include it. Those last gems? Oh, I did. Hang on. Just having Holy Relic is fine. Doesn't matter because that's not the right one. That one's cool. Explosion now deals. Sure. Oh, okay. Sure. Whatever. Winter Orb projectile speed now matters. Okay. There's the brand one. No, we read the brand one. It's slightly buffed overall. It went 80% damage multiplier at all levels. It used to go up to 130, but the base damage went up by more than the nerf was. So Stormbrand should be a little bit stronger. There's a hit mumber nerf. Right, because the poison one only had one weapon. Right. Right. The poison one wasn't dual wielding, so it's fine. It'll attack whatever, it's fine. And purity to die less in mapping. No, you want the Herald of Purities to have Feeding Frenzy, and them having you don't care if they stay alive or not, as long as they proc Feeding Frenzy. Them having Meat Shield doesn't make you any more tanky. They're not there to do damage. You don't care about their damage. You don't care about their uptime. You just need them to at least once every 10 seconds or so hit something to give you Feeding Frenzy. I was like, he's dying on the minions? Yeah, but Meat Shield won't make you any more tanky. Being the best hit-based early skill is pretty wrong thematically. Actually, I agree with that too. Viper Strike of the Mamba being the best Ellie hit build doesn't... Like, that doesn't... That's silly. Also, this is kind of silly. The Sentinel of Radiance minion no longer has a duration. It is now a permanent minion. And has more movement speed. Great. Note, the Sentinel still does not persist between areas. Fucking why? Fucking why? Someone tried to make it persist for like 2 days and then was like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah. There's something going on there. As a developer, I 100% believe that. Yep. And he got buffed a little too? Yes. Okay, we read through all of those before. Oof. Intense refreshing critical. Is that to the new belt for Blight? The one that lets you get another anoint? Kind of cool. Not going to replace this Digivice for us, for our build, but it's pretty cool. Blood Notch unique jewel only recovers 20 to 30% instead of 40 to 60. That's a big nerf. Is it stronger than... No. Like, hating it? Loving it. If we get a chance to poison on imbue, could that free up the belt slot? Yes. Yeah. Chance to poison on an imbue might be really fucking good. Like, yeah, it'll be level 1, the flat's irrelevant, but it's just 40% poison chance, right? That could be really good for freeing up your belt slot. What I'm labeling as build your own megalomaniac. You know what? That's accurate. Losing the flat damage on the dual belts is kind of mad though. Yeah, but it makes it a lot easier to get into a mage blood. Like when it's mage blood time, that's a lot easier. Like I wouldn't want to do that early. It's too easy to get poison chance capped. And the belts, yeah, the actual jewels in the belt are fantastic. They're usually your best two and they're doubled. But when you're at mage blood time, it was like often not worth the hassle to even bother. Because it was so hard to lose those two jewels and still keep your poison cap. Now you can just get 40% chance to poison and chuck a mage blood on. That becomes a lot easier. Okay, what else has been changed here? Where are you getting the 40% chance to poison? From a level 1 chance to poison support imbued onto the gem directly. Is it better than a level 21 gem? Like strictly speaking, no, but by the time you're going mage blood, you're like over the amount of damage that you need for everything anyway. So like, it'll be worth having a small damage down to be able to throw on a mage blood and get a bunch of extra tankiness and speed and rarity and everything that comes with a mage blood. It's also just an option, right? It's just nice to have more options. Oh, the Soul Taker unique axe now eats 2 to 4 souls when you kill a rare or unique enemy with it. That's cool. Ripple Taxic, by the way. Oh. I didn't read that last bit. Huh. Oh. Yeah, it's just been dust anyway. No, not many people, if any, are actively using it. Be exalted and regal orbs will now be comparatively more common. That's cool. Enough black gold. I have the notes. Fantastic so far. Ooh, the Primordial Bond Cluster Jewel notable now has 20% increased effect of buffs granted by golems, previously 40. Losing a lot of buff golem effect. You lost 50 from the fucking... Like, we lost 50 from the ascendancy, and then another 20 per each Primordial Bond. That's... You have 3 of those, so there's another 60. So you've now lost 110% increase. And yeah, they took 50% last league. So you're now down 160%. Ooh, that might be enough. That might be enough to get rid of that. More because those builds usually run megalomaniacs with them. Oh, true. True. This is the greatest patch note. All essences now have a maximum stack size of 10, previously 9. This just upset me all the time. I'm actually like, I'm so disproportionately happy about this change. Whatever. Well, it's under here. Hello, what's up? Okay. What the hell is Dead Orb Spectres? My lantern still changes? Nope. Some minor to moderate buffs to Holy Relic. And one map penalty is for some reason. I mean, you'll still need to get your completion. So you will still need to run all the maps. I'm clicking a divination card, sure. Added a buff icon for easier tracking of dead orb specters. Oh, right. Right. So when a specter dies, they just change into this orb and they'll just become alive again next map. But the icon for it just looked like a normal fully alive specter. So you couldn't actually tell by looking at your buffs that that had happened. You would just be down a specter or two or however many had died and you just wouldn't fucking know. Right? So this is presumably just to be able to track that better. This is enough Holy Relic a conviction. Not at all. Eternal orbs can now be traded via the currency exchange? Sure. Okay, nothing else in here. Super surprising. Chance bleed, sure. Fixed a bug where critical strikes dealing cold damage could not stun targets immune to freeze, or targets that had critical strikes against you do not inherently inflict elemental ailments. That's actually a great bug to fix. That has been an issue before. That has been an issue before. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Fix that 99 wolf official bug. Yep. All right, cool. All right, well, we're pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this whole goddamn thing. I'm pretty happy with this whole goddamn thing, and I now have renewed hope that PoE 1 is not going to fall by the wayside or go the way of PoE 2. These are great patch notes. This was a great announcement. I am happy. I'm happy about all of that. All right, I'm going to jump off, and then I'm going to go have a shower, and then I'm going to go start working on build guides. Because I better get that done, otherwise it's going to be the constant thing. To undistract you? Maybe. So no, but you shouldn't have expected that yet either. They've been very clear about exactly when that will happen in the timeline of things. You shouldn't have expected that right now. All the graphics in PoE 1 are getting overhauled, including all of the models for the characters and whatnot. But the people who do those art assets are first finishing PoE 2 and converting all of the MTXs that currently exist over to PoE 2 first. Right? Because they're the same people that do that artwork. And we know it definitely is happening because they really, really, really want to do it as quick as possible. Because once they re-rig all of our graphics and also re-rig all of the models in PoE 1, it makes everything else easier going forward, much less work. For instance, when they make MTXs for PoE 2, they actually only have to make one set of MTXs, and they just get slightly scaled up or slightly scaled down, and they get rigged straight into each individual class, and that they only have to do one set. Whereas right now on PoE 1, they have to do 7 sets of setting up each MTX they set up, one for each base class. Right? So they do want to do it. It will be better for them, and it will get done. But the priority has to be finish the release of PoE 2 first and get all of the MTX that already exists working in PoE 2. Then swap focus to PoE 1, re-rig all of the characters, and update the art there. So that then, after that, moving forward, everything becomes a lot easier. Right? So it'll be a while. The TLDR is it'll be a while before that happens. But it will be happening for sure. Because it's literally just better for them and will save them a lot of money. So it will definitely happen. It just not for a bit. This is ways off. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna run. We're gonna hopefully. I don't think I'll finish the build guide today, but hopefully we can get a large amount of it done. Alright. I need to go build finding now. Can I interest you in this one? Here you go. Alright, I'm gonna run. I will see everybody later. Hopefully with most of my build guide rewritten, although we won't be able to publish it for a little bit because we will need more of the gem information.